Good day. Hello, everyone. It's a new day with new opportunities to do a valid effort in the ways of comic making. Yeah, you can tell I'm very tired. Now, what happens when, like, over the past few weeks where I've been streaming, I've been working with this one scene that ranges from page 38 till page 47. And as wonderful as it feels to have this progress, whenever I notice that I'm closing into the end of a scene, like here, the pirates are about to enter the mysterious, spookylicious, menacing cave, and I notice that on the next page there's a different color. I don't know, whenever I see the goal in the horizon, I stop. I slow down and become all sluggish. It's kind of bad. What's worse about these pages is that I haven't really done much layouts on them yet. I've done the color sketching, but it is quite sloppily done, so it doesn't really help, meaning that, well, some time has been sort of wasted on doing useless work. But that's fine. It's the art, the doing of art is part of exploring also what can be a dead end, basically. So all I have here is a MOBA sketch, basically, and I will have to decide what's the center of attention in there. What's the center of the attention in the picture? And basically tie this together in some way or the other. Now, as much as I make comics, I don't feel like I have a good grasp on composition. And that's kind of my issue anytime I draw anything, is that getting things to flow and also be clear. It is a big challenge. Now, I didn't even finish doing a proper layout of the previous page before opening this one, and that's kind of because I'm getting not antsy, but I for sure don't feel confident in pulling this off, if that makes sense. Oh, I can do it, I know, but there's something about the daunting task of finalizing a page I thought I would never, well, I wouldn't say live to see, that sounds dark, but I thought, or it felt as if I would never get to this point. So right now I'm just looking around to get a feeling of what I can do to tie this together, basically, and where to start. It's Well, for one, I do know that I want the captain to be quite central. And I want him to be holding a torch, as he is in the Amoeba sketch. This keeps being the big issue with keeping track of the scale of things. Keep having that problem. As far as layouts go, this is a bit rough still, but at this point, any information is useful information. And I gotta keep track of how many of these guys are we keeping, how many are standing outside. We know that Lugan is staying behind. That's one. But do we know, like, how visible is he? I can add some more dialogue, actually. Don't get eaten. I'm feeling if I zoom out and view this in print size, the pirates could be smaller upon entering the cave. The cave is supposed to feel a bit big and menacing, but I also want space for the outside rats to act. Right. Was I going to get rid of Rob? Oh, I actually there's some dialogue I need to adjust somewhere. Let's see, that's where I've been using Bjarte as a placeholder name. But finally we know that it is Lugin. They're having an argument. You might be noticing that I'm typing stuff. Like I'm leaving the first letter in the text box. That is due to a Clip Studio version 1 text handling bug. That if I have a weird number for character spacing that isn't like 0.5 or just a clean number, it will automatically set that to 0 if I start writing like at the start of the box, I think. What's the time? Yeah, you see that? So I gotta avoid that. It's clunky, but it's a workaround. So we save these. Are they saying much here? The pirates are realizing that something's weird. Okay, I think that's... I think I've picked up and swapped all the Bjartes with Lugin. Okay, move back again. So we know Simo is like, oh, they start talking about savages, and he's like, oh, he's a bit spooked still from his previous encounter. What I don't like about this page is how chaotic it is, and especially in this panel, we've had some time going. They're wiping some sweat, but for what? I haven't shown what they've been doing. So I need some guy to be holding this stuff. I think we want sweat to be wiped over here. And someone in the background can be watching as well. You see, maybe holding it a bit more upright. There's this whole balancing of things. Yeah, that feels more like his pushing it away, like holding it to the side. So that's one guy, but who is it? Who is this? Could be Scottish? No. I don't think it's Scott. Or, well, he's sort of one of the clever ones. Okay, we make it Scott. Who is this? Can be banked. They're brothers after all. We haven't seen much to them. I guess Razi could be doing stuff. Alright, let's get Scarf down first. I'm not supposed to do the detailing quite yet. He's maybe a bit too close to the camera, actually. You want him to be a bit behind. So we have some other guy wiping his sweat. That could be Edgar. Oh no, and we got a full frontal view of his head. I did make a 3D model at some point to help me with Edgar's head. Edgar's kind of a weird one because his eyes are very much diagonal placed on the face. It makes sense that he's there, since he's the one looking up and being like, well, looks like the maw of a monster if you ask me. They're like worried that some beast, they heard a roar the day before and ran away because they freaked out. So they went to the ship to regroup and are back again today, and they're like, worried. Or might this be the lair of the monster we heard last night? Looks more like the maw of a monster, if you ask me. But I think that one is pretty fun. They're both pulling strings towards what has happened earlier in the book, so we know that they still remember, but they're also making points where they too are getting suspicious or a bit freaked out. How? Right, we were working on Edgar right here. Oh, that's too... He can't do that. His arms are too short, I think. This is how far he reaches. I gotta connect his elbow. What? Now I want him to be more in front. Is he holding one of these branches? One bird has acquired the other bird's feather under his chin. Why? How? That looks pretty funny. I'll admit. No, I don't want them to look freaked out. I just want them to be like, oh, yeah, this does look like something. His ears too big. Remember, he has small eyes. Oh, how? His gray neck connects to the white face. But where on his jaw does the gray transition to white? We don't really know. Reference doesn't tell me. So? Do I want anyone else here? One of the big guys should for sure be helping out with this. This looks almost good. We can make it better. Only focusing on like the basic shape of the characters. I want the sort of tapering to happen on here. But yeah, he's not feeling very big or confident in this. I'm probably going to shrink him as well. More open, perhaps. We want him to be pointing a bit sheepishly, perhaps. Just a bit like, oh, dumbfounded. Yeah, he does the silly pointing. Might even want his finger to be a bit more up there. It's what I draw hands or just gesturing. Some people find it hard to know, like, where do you place the arm and stuff. I find it easiest to just decide where I want the hand to be. A hand can be in very various places, and so wherever you want to place a hand, you can probably reach there. So if you just place the hand where you want it to be, you sort of get a feeling of like how it reads as well as emotion. But with that, you get to just connect the arm, the shoulder. You decide, like, do you want the elbow to be going out, or do you want it to be close to the body? Once you figure out that where you want it, you basically have the arm. I want this to be a bit more bold. There. I'm not sure if he's really scared. He's just pointing it out. And then Lugin is getting a bit... he doesn't like to admit it, but he is getting spooked. But I want him to be kind of standing towards the cave as well, but also turn against Edgar for saying the things. So if this is Lugin, let's see. We can have his elbows a bit high. And he can have his head and face pointing maybe this way. I'm trying to keep track of where the middle goes. Maybe his head is a bit too big. Nah, it's fine. But I'll be nice and add clothes at his nose. Wait, clothing, that's a miss. Because his top straps going there. Ears back. Not sure if that reads well. I don't want his shoulders to be lumping up, really, to break this shape. I think this one is bad, and we don't want it. Let's get back to the green. We make this Lugin. Want him to cross his arms. Oh yeah, right, I'm confusing things. Confusing arms. That's a quick one to do wrong. Alright, we're getting slowly back into the layout mood. I think that's healthy. I don't like what's going on here though. Sorry, I'm being distracted again by looking at the bird. I'm gonna have to take a picture. Dumb bird. Right, so I was not liking this arm going on. Maybe he's just... He's just being... kind of spooked. Well, thing is, will we be seeing... For once, it's not a full panel. Oh yeah, panels have been bleeding out on the bottom of the pages for several pages here, so I shouldn't be doing that. I was considering that just for allowing more space for Lugan to be visible. But he'll manage with this amount of space. Do we have anyone elsewhere? One of the big guys could be standing here. Bulky, perhaps. I think he too is going to die. Maybe. I'm not that certain. We have a bunch of big guys. He would. No, he's good for fighting still. And he's a valid part of what comes later as well. So who else? Thing is, I don't have that many people to spare. I wonder if Morris is going to. He's kind of a wimp. Let's see if we can make Semel appear. A bit lean forward. Yeah, I want him to appear a bit pudgy. Well, definitely round as he is. I'm not sure if it suits Morris to be. Outside. Can he even? Here's me having an issue with arms and hands, because I do want to keep a clear silhouette, but from the angle it's not really doable. I'm not that good with bending portions to allow for those kind of things. Which perhaps I should get better at that, like practice it more. You know, it's always by pushing and pulling shapes too far that you sort of tune into what's the better option. Revenge Chipper, hello. Good morning. Or good day. Hello, regardless. Today is layout day. And we're slowly chipping away at a page that hasn't received much planning. And I'm sort of slowly chipping away at it to make it work. Which I think is going well at the moment. If we have Boki over here, he's standing there, right? But like, let's see. Can we see his arm? Darian Boyd, hello. Welcome to the stream. Awesome work. Thank you. It is slowly moving forward. I've had sort of a quiet morning so far. And perhaps that has been healthy. It has helped me focus a bit more on the layouts, but the loud thinking definitely helps. I try to talk about whatever I'm thinking to make composition and art and things happen. Now next up is Semel. The background here is showing the sort of fangs. I don't think they are there actually, because in the next page, they're all heading in, but they haven't passed the pointy rocks yet. So I gotta keep in mind that those fangs are not really there. I will maybe even just delete like so. No, they're not above there. I'm curious to see what's gonna happen on the next scenes, because I feel those have not been touched upon for a long time, and there might be improvements I want to do for writing things. But first, let's focus on Semel, the little guy who is... Where is he? There. Between Arndt and Miller. Safely placed between the big guys. Do I want him to be... This little guy had a scare earlier in the comic, so he's a bit spooked. He doesn't want to have to deal with more savages, I think. Samel is a grown man, but he is short. He's a short little guy. And as much as he likes fighting, he brings the knife to a fist fight. But he's not feeling that confident at the moment. Now, I'm trying to give him some sort of forward motion at the moment, and failing. Might be it's just his body or his legs who lack. Lack this. And we also, from the Amova sketch, we can tell that there we got people in the background as well, looking at each other. Now there's some adjustments I would like to do to the balloon here. I think this balloon tail needs to be the other way around, just for shape balance purposes. I don't like it when text is crossing the green border that I have on the side here, because that border is sort of a safe zone for not losing information to the middle of the page where the book pages meet. Let's see, in the background we have we got, it has to be Morris. I just make a habit out of writing the name of every character in case there would be any doubts who a character is. It might be clear to me, but I got someone who is going to read this and has to identify like who am I drawing. So I keep thinking that the little name tags will help for as long as the drawings are unclear. I'm not liking how he stands. It's quite unclear. And crossing arms is such a mess. I also die. Look at how the head size difference here. You can tell they should be that different. I'm feeling this particular. Oh, did I maybe turn up? Yeah, I've just turned up the density of this brush. That helps. When working digitally, there's always a chance that the brush I'm using has me involuntarily distressing the arm more than necessary from trying to pressure more to fill in more color instead of just keeping it light, filling in sufficiently without me having to press very hard or go over the same strokes several times before I'm happy. Alright, here Lugan needs to be smaller. But maybe Samuel is more in the middle here. It feels as if he's coming in from the side, but I have no control over how Morris appears. kind of a bad drawing in terms of having a layout that speaks clearly. I'm gonna head over and grab some water. Quick BRB. Yeah. I'm back. What am I missing? There's a whole background here. Do I want to try doing the background reuse shenanigans? Remember to save your progress, everyone. Here too, even if it isn't that exciting. I have this double spread, which is large. And I might want to reuse parts of this tree litter, yeah. Tree litter away. Foreground, we don't need. That part we don't need. Characters we don't need. Okay. Now to make a selection, copy that, Create a new file from clipboard. Yeah, it only copies the necessary parts. That's a really nice function. There's pretty much no need for any cleanup. So I can just add this to a new layer. And let's see how well it fits into this here. Probably doesn't fit very well, but we're gonna try it. I'm just going to, if I collapse that, I'll just paste it in. Yeah, it's a bit small. Bit small, I think. Or, no, you know what? Might be perfect, actually. Might be perfect. Well, except for the parts where I didn't really copy. Okay, bigger copy. Copy this, or remove this. Then delete those, paste in. Then we have closer to the full thing. It doesn't have to be the same size. I can be naughty and enlarge it a bit, just for it to not be the exact same, you know. What's happening here? Is it... might be some... ah, yes. Delete that mask. And with that, we have sort of the idea of where we're going. Yeah. Now, what's happening? Oh, yeah, it's the rotocopy. Gotcha. You can put that below the sketch. Looks like my sketch over wasn't that far off either. I think the scale is fairly okay. And with that, let's see. We got the color, sky and sea, barely visible. See, we don't need. We just add this. Still call it F. I'll just fill in the missing pieces. There's no reason not to. Yeah, there wasn't really much more information to go from over here. So that's fine. I think it's well enough defined for its purposes. which means I should just make that like so. I'll call it outer background, like so. Yeah. It is possible to just place it within the layer there, on top of the placeholder one, which is a bit less detailed. But it has the same idea. That's kind of funny. The bird still has a feather stuck below his beak. And he's sticking it inside. No. Girl, you're choking. I'm going to pick off that feather, alright? Hey, fellas. Look at this. Now you can kiss all you want. This was getting gross. Silly billies. Alright. As for the background here. Oh, this was a fill. Does this have anything? Oh, that's fill. Cool, I guess. We'll just have that. Here, it's going to be a bit more detailed. Previous part was just a mess. Ah, yes, I didn't quite. Now I'm following the newer sketch and not really the whatever the previous picture had. But the annoying thing with this is how in the previous book I already got the scale wrong. That's how it goes. Like, my reference here. Ooh, I wonder if I can keep the reference. How will that work? I'm gonna try adding my reference as a source for science. Application. Window capture. Add new. Pure ref. Where you at? Capture cursor. Not really. Okay, it's not looking great. Can't really see that I'm doing things. Or, wait a second. You can? No, you can't. It's just appearing as a black thing. That's interesting. Properties. Properties. Capture method. Oh, Windows 10. Okay. That's nice. Then cool. And it doesn't overlap with... Cool, you get the transparency and everything. Yeah, that's pretty neat. I'll totally be forgetting to adjust this in places. But I'm gonna call it, let's see, rename. Pure ref. Add window capture pure ref. I can add that to the, well, to the bottom. Could also shrink the area or make it different. Like this. I'm just wanting to make some use of what is some dead space between my actual stream, the bottom of the screen for the vertical window, which no one is seeing because it's, how to put it, it's just for Twitch. I haven't managed to set up for YouTube. It seems clunky. The fact that walkthroughs are showing me stuff and saying that it's clunky is like, okay, I get it. It's clunky. Now I got my reference. I can keep it up there. If I... Yeah, someone tell me if this is distracting to have up there, but it is super tiny. It's basically just for showing where I am, what I'm looking at. So I'm looking around at my reference and it's transparent. I love how it's a transparent window and it's just capturing that. So anyway, we got, this is where we messed up in the previous book. Cass is a little girl. The fangs are taller than she is. However, some fangs are like almost the height of normal grown-ups. But here, even the tall guys seem quite dwarfed by fangs. That is a bit awkward. But what you gonna do? Alright, we're gonna lock those sources for the heck of it. Wait. Too far. I think I could even just keep it up there. No. There we are. Okay, enough tweaking. That's just our today's distraction session. And so we continue back to it. We've been meddling with the outer background. Now we gotta figure out the layout stuff. Oh, I kind of like the implied fangs here, but can't let them stay. Also the implied background. They almost die. JC's animations, hello. Good day. Alright, so we got the layout tool, blue. We can tell this is the captain. It's kind of small. But the other guys, if we're looking at Bengt and Edgar, I was feeling that maybe they were standing around here. Maybe they are. Might be Captain is here. And the other guys, at this point I'm gonna open a new window of this to stay oriented. Let's see. Yes, Edgar and Lugan. This one we can close. Do not save that one. This one we save. Very good. Hey. Alright, I want to keep my reference. Not that this is going to look anything like the previous book. That's kind of the annoying part. I have to accept that I'm missing parts. And this is why pushing out the first book before the story was finished was a mistake for this project. In some instances that can be good. It forces you to commit, but feels like it ended up being wrong for this particular one. Now we want the characters Edgar, Edgar is there. Skuggy Boy, hello. Welcome to the stream. Will I have space for writing the names? You know there's banked. Oh, without the dots. And I'm drawing them too large, I think. I don't want them to be this size, but it is perhaps better for the overall scale. Scale is going to be all over the place, and I gotta accept it. There's banked. Then we have Scud probably here. Pushing away the trees, perhaps. He's holding one in the previous panel, and so he's throwing that away. You dabble in art occasionally, but you do better writing horror stories than drawing. Because, yeah, which is all because you like drawing better. Yeah, well, having a script to follow when you're going to draw, it does help. Even if the writing is a boring part of the process, knowing what you want to draw or what you want to base it on, I think there's something there. And I'm right with you in that I like having a story that I can be drawing, but I am kind of picky with my stories, and so I had to write them first. But I kind of suck at writing. And I try to make the writing as visual as I can, but it is time consuming. But it's different. Like, it varies what makes your brain turn on. Okay, I should keep an eye on this panel here. Suddenly these trees are super large. And that's kind of a problem. Reno was just there and it didn't show. Like, it shows him pushing over one of those trees, and still they're not that big. But from the reference here, it seems like it would be way larger. It would appear like super large to him. But I'll have to just go with it. Like I keep saying, I will have to accept that my scale is just all over the place. Clearly this is one of my weak points, because I haven't done sufficient concepting. Now let's see, we are banked, scarp. But then there's also Semel. And Morris. Morris. Where in this is Luggen? He's like beside. Luggen is over here, actually. Well, you don't have to be specialized in any visual subjects to draw anything, really. Being specialized in something doesn't mean that you don't do other stuff. Or it shouldn't mean it. Let's try not to make Luggen appear too big. I'm hoping that if I ever get run into this kind of particular situation again where I have to decide on scales for things, I do hope that I'll be smarter and think about it before I get there. I hate doing that, but it's kind of needed. Morris, Edgar. Let's make Pokey over here. Look, now these trees are needed to be way smaller. That might point towards that if I'm going to do that, I will have to redo the foliage in front of the cave here, which thankfully shouldn't be too hard since I did keep it on different layers. So for that, thank you, past me. That's good. So we got who? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of 20 pirates. We'll continue on with the blue. Who else are here? It's Rino here. And we have Keko. Scale chart. Oh yeah, you mean this lineup, right? It is super convenient for both keeping track of characters' size differences, but also making sure that characters are in fact different enough. there are. It's just a pet peeve I got. How, like, whenever people have a bunch of characters and all of them are the super same height, same body type, and same everything, I try to avoid that. Of course, many of these rats are quite the same. But it's good. I'm going for a way toonier take on height differences, so they are a bit all over the place. But this has been super useful. Also, when you're making comics, you have to keep track of everyone's scale, basically, and perspective might be in play for how you want to do a layout, how you want to compose a page or a panel. These boys are too big. I'm gonna shrink them. Honey, I shrunk the kids. Never saw that one. So we've covered who. Lugan is there. But Fadil can be here. He's a big guy. He's strong. I'll just write his name. Names of these guys is also completely arbitrary. Well, they are in use sometimes. You did see, honey. I shrunk the kids. There is that bunch of live action movies I never saw, but I have seen the Buddies movies. 6 of 10 movie. Huh. I've seen the range of titles of that film series, if you can call it that. But yeah, it seemed quite skippable. Right, we covered Fadil. Then we can have Benny here. He kind of likes being close to Fadil. Because they're scheming buddies, perhaps. And then we have Arndt. Who's more of a hole rat. Really smart practical effects. Neat. That's actually a bit interesting. There we have Arndt accounted for. We got the captain. We're skipping Miller. Samuel is covered. Bengt is there. Scarp is there. Edgar is there. We're missing Rob, Yida. Rob can just be here. Doesn't need much space. We can have Yida there. Honey, you blew up the baby. That name does not age well. Probs not. Then, how's it looking so far? So far, not missing anyone, but I need everyone accounted for. So next up is Cardigan. He's perhaps here in the back, watching. He's a bit of a lanky guy. Lanky guy with a tail. Logan we have accounted for. Morris we have. Then there's Ragetti. He's also a lanky dude, but he's more jumpy. Skittish? Is that a word? Morris accounted for. Then there's Razi. I like Razi. And some of the bigger guys. We got Boki. We're only missing Kinski and Braga. Very good. We got them all. Maybe Braga is like pulling over. Pulling over some bushes. Like Scarp is doing. I don't think they would have been this tidy about it. Every time you name a character, there's a very high chance that it ends up being a German name. Neat. I tend to not think too much about where names are from. All of these guys are just named from feelings of what noise feels right. I'm the kind who tend to not care about where a name is from because I just want the sounds, bro. I remember when I named these characters, some of these characters are borrowed character designs that my friends made for me to use. So I own the characters, but I'm doing my interpretation of them and using them in a comic. But some of them didn't come with names. I mean, owners of the characters can call them whatever, but I'm calling them what I call them. But some were questioning that, oh, this is a Nordic name. This is a this and that name. Where, what's the reasoning behind that? I'm like, the reason is that I don't care. Couldn't care less. I don't want to care. I just chose a name because I need to tell them apart. And like this, I gotta know who is who. And I can't tell from only the body type. Because they're many. So it's simpler this way. And I like finding just things that I don't really know whether or not is a name. I like making up names. They probably are names in some languages or crude words, who knows. I'm sure I'll get to hear it. So, last person, Kinski, Shinshu. I can't decide how I want to say it. You have come up with some of the originals. Nice. We'll have Shinsky here. Okay. We got all the characters. That's 20. 20 rats. Well, okay, 19 rats and one lynx boy. I tend to end up with some names. Sometimes I end up favoring certain letters. I mean, we got the rat boy, tiny rat boy here. His name is Keko. Then there's Captain Conrad Craig. And actually, there seems to be dominant letter seems to be B. We got Benny, Banked, and Braga, and Boki. Yeah, I have preferences, but none seem to be like miserably dominant, if that makes sense. So they are all there. Sketch-wise, I'll probably wait with the sketching till later. I feel my goal today is to finalize the layouts for the 2 last pages of this particular scene. Who's there? Behind them? No, there's no one. Do I want Cardigan and Benny to swap places? No, I want swap swap places between Cardigan and Razzie. I want Razzie to be the one in the back there. Like so. Good. Now for my next trick. So they've pulled all the branches to uncover the cave. Yeah, I don't think the background here is accurate. What I should have done before I started was, I suppose, planning out the background for the rest here. That's better. Nightmare, hello. You're back to try and do digital art. Good luck. So Morris and Simmel and Lugan are all over there. They don't necessarily move all the way. They're like on the side here. Do we have anyone who are ready to enter? I don't know who goes here, but whoever it is getting covered by the balloon. It feels like it's going very slowly because it is. I've been at it for 2 hours now. But we're doing this nice and slow. It feels like I got to be in this particular mind space when I am going to sort of set up the choreography of a page, especially when a lot of the characters are involved. This far, what has been important has been to make sure to show like that they are a gang. Show like that they are many, they are a bunch of individuals on a treasure trip. 100 days of art is gonna be hard, so you hope I can do it. I'll manage, Nightmare. I may not be drawing every single day, but what's important to me is to stick with the fun. I'm not gonna lie, I do feel a bit worn out from working on this, while at the same time it is very rewarding to watch this comic take shape and finally exist. It's kind of wild. But yeah, I think, what was it? I did some new calculations that are also terribly whimsy. It might take me 60 days, 60 or 70 days, excluding weekends, to finish inking everything. And once everything's inked, there's color, which I do hope will not be taking too long. Alright, what are we seeing with this? I think this particular shot is not very powerful, but it does the job. There's a slight chance that it will look like it's the captain who is challenging the boys, but is looking backwards. Looking back, telling people to light the torches. Hello, Beans. Welcome to the stream. We're streaming low-paced comic layout drawing. I want to see here whether I can elevate the captain a bit. It's a bit too low in the shot. Yeah, that works. These are not the final sketches. I'm going to sketch on top of it later. But I will be trying to tidy up the backgrounds here. It's just a blocked out rough background to get an idea of what I want the background to be, but it seemed to be quite helpful actually. So I should continue with that. You gave up? Too many tendrils? Interesting. Now to fix up the background here too. Here. All right. I think I'm getting a sort of better layout idea from this. Profile picture. I don't see what that is. Now this is more like procrastinating work. I don't need to show the characters with rough colors or like blocking in their shapes when they're this rough. But I am going to send off this to an editor today, so I want it to be at least a bit presentable. I don't see the dude with that triangle with the guitar. Yes, I do see it, but I don't. It's a bit low quality. I can't really tell what I'm looking at, you know? So, sorry about that. But also, I should probably not be looking at other stuff while streaming. This stream is particularly my work stream. I stream within my work hours to progress on this comic project specifically. And I found that using streaming is a useful tool because I like to kind of archive the process. So for anyone interested in making comics or drawing digitally, you might notice I'm filming my entire screen so that I'm not hiding anything from anyone who is interested in learning from my process. While it is, though, a bit messy, perhaps, and advanced, might at the very least be quite how to put it, confusing to look at. But I'm open for questions for people interested, while I also try not to derail too far too far away from what I'm actually doing, the comic work. Have I hydrated? No, I have not. Thank you for the reminder. I will hydrate. Right, this page seems quite readable right now. Meaning I'm gonna close this. Wait. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to note up. I'm gonna write here. There. Wait, mark that later with red so that I know later what it's gonna be. Now we're back to more layouting. Thankfully, only 2 images. Think problem I have here is that I don't really like the dialogue. So, Reno and Keko are following along. Patch, hello! Good day to you. How are you doing? How's your week going? You are very late. You know, might be me who am early. Your week is going somewhere. Sounds forward adjacent. Very good. We're doing layouts here. I managed to do finalize layouts on 1 page. We've got like 20 rats here. All laid out, ready for, to be honest, I might not even sketch that through. I'll probably just make them straight ahead. Because drawing small is tedious. That's a lot of rats. Yep, it is. What is a group of rats called? Now I'm curious. Please share with class once you find out. And I think it depends whether or not their tails are tangled together. A mischief. Huh. Right, now I'm trying to do two characters as once. That's not quite. Yeah, when they're tangled, that's the Rat King, which is kind of grim. I mean, they're dead, right? They die like that. I wouldn't crown that a king. If anything, they need help. You remember one was a villain in a book you read? A Rat King? Wow, I cannot tune into like Reno's puny little beansy body type. It became an entity? Nice. Right? That sounds a bit exciting. It was just a book, not a comic or anything like that. Right, maybe Keiko and Reno are a bit close together here. Terry Pratchett. Right. Haven't yet gotten into Pratchett. People love Pratchett. I tried one Pratchett book and I was not prepared for the writing style. And couldn't follow. Oh, you had a whole collection? Really had a whip about his works. Oh, Nightmare on YouTube is asking, what do I think about AI art? Uh, and think it does not deserve to be a type of art, which is, yeah, that is true. I discussed this a lot yesterday already, but AI generated imagery is not art. That is the hard fact, and where I stand. Anyone who would like the broader explanation can check back on the previous stream and listen to me ramble. Yeah, I did register from Terry Pratchett that it, there's both wit and a humor to it by how surreal things seem, even if I couldn't get into it. But really, it was just that I got disoriented super fast. Uh, and I could probably get into it. There were other things also that put me off uh, at the time. What Pratchett book would you? Which is one your favorite, Patch? What's your Pratchett favorite? Well, that's the thing, Patch, with the term AI. It is falsely placed and falsely used nowadays. So the word isn't even correct. Now, I forgot. What was it? Large language, something on model. But yeah, I call it the parrot machine. People gotta stop being impressed by it. I wonder what sort of headcanons people get. I glorified pachinko. Yeah, no. But like I said, I discussed this quite widely yesterday. I can't be talking about that every day. Not today. I'm feeling quite relaxed. I'm doing the lower energy Nintendo tracks today. The Monsters Regiment, which is not the same as Monsters Company, or same name in different languages. Between English and English, maybe. It's about the girl who jumps out the window to run away, and I don't know. I kind of stopped there. Some gnarly monster military guy being gnarly. That's as far as I got. Yeah, that's the one. Monsters Company. That was the one I tried, and it's probably good, but it turned me off for quite stupid reasons, perhaps. But I would like to, if you were to recommend a book, which do you think is an okay read that is simple or simpler than that one to get into as a way to get into the style of writing? Or are all these books like that? Guards. Neat. I think my partner has that one. Yeah. There are more books about Night Watch, right? Right. I'm doing wrong. Logan should be on the other side. There are series within series. Because the Night Watch, that's a group of... It's just a group of guys. And because that whole world, isn't that... You have these groups of characters who do shenanigans together between books. Cop series. Oh, nightmare. Writing a story is so hard because you realize you accidentally copy a story you didn't even know existed. Look, nothing is original. It's fine. You don't have to come up with something original. It depends whether or not your take on it is new and exciting. Maybe it is boring. But like Disney has not been doing anything new for 3 decades now. Then a Nightwatch book introduces series favorites like Angua the werewolf. Werewolf? Hello? What am I doing here? How did I get there? Wrong layer. Exact storyline is a problem. I mean, people come and go. Something that has been done 100 years ago might come as a repeat, new and fresh from somewhere else, and it'll be new to the younger people. Though I know the feeling. It's disappointing to make a story and then, dang, someone took my story before I made it. Long-running joke. City learns the watch has a werewolf. Oh yeah. See, that's what seems quite rich about Pratchett books. You have those silly things, and it just becomes something that the reader notices, the fan base notices, and it is widely appreciated. That's pretty cool. Sign of good humor. Well, I'm not liking the stance here. I should probably let's call this character layout. And then we erase the background stuff. I like keeping that on separate layers if I really don't know how I want things, because then I can move stuff around later. Then we erase the characters. Whoop. They will have puppies. No. Alright, let's see. Green for layouting this cave. They are entering. Use a color, please. How big is this? How menacing is it? Here we go. Like, I'm trying to determine how are we viewing this. Is it from below? Is it... What cares? I'm just winging a grid here to sort of get an idea. Looks like we're having the horizon quite in the middle, actually, which means we'll... This is one of the few uses of a one-point perspective. But that's mainly because I'm trying to draw in focus. And so I also want to sort of decide how large are the characters in the front going to be, how big a group is going to be entering, and I gotta figure out all that stuff. But it looks kind of... Well, at this point it kind of looks like a shark mouth. Question is it looking like, will the scale be large enough? Will it be... It's not quite centered, actually. How's it? 90, 90? It's not really. I can... Hold on. Like so. A bit more centered. And for... just... There are going to be teeth, like, further in as well. I'm not going to... I won't know quite how I want it until I start doing the actual sketching. But he's entering, going towards the dark. Maybe that's enough for the background layout. That one. And back to the red. We have Morris being all nice and waving. And clearly I'm not making his body big enough, but that's fine. Now Morris is not feeling very brave, so his eyes ears are kind of drooping. But he is taking up a lot of space now. I don't think I like that. No, he's not. Thing is, design-wise, he doesn't really fit as a character in this scene even. But I am willing to take that as a risk, because when these pals get out, there will be chaos, and at least Lugan will be in dire danger. I'm still contemplating whether or not Morris might have fled into the cave and kind of meet the others as they're coming out. But he's taking a lot of space in the shot, while also not really being a very important character. You tried joining on Twitch and failed, Nightmare? That sounds like something that would come from geographical or age restrictions or something. Yeah, that's a shame. You may be a little quiet. Not yet had breakfast. Patch. I think you should have breakfast. Speaking of, I should probably have lunch. Should probably have a snackarooning or something. I'm not sure if I like that. There are lots of things I don't like with this. I can't really get Lugan to look proper. Oh. Ouchie. this is what I kept mentioning, that I don't feel like I master the art of composition that well. Like I often struggle with that, getting composition to read well, have clarity, but also be visually interesting. Alright, it's better if Logan is showing us his back clearly. Don't get eaten, says the guy who is getting eaten. Sorry, Logan. You're next. Now, there are more issues to this. Let's see. We need more characters. Sharp plus. What if the foreground or background characters were out of focus? No. But what I can be doing in terms of determining who to look at. Oh, this is a bit loud. What I can do is what I refer to as a gray out, which essentially is filling in silhouettes of the characters. Like, I want the reader to be looking at the guys going in, while I also want to show the characters out in the back who are staying behind. I'm not going to show them as silhouettes, but even if it doesn't make sense light-wise, I can keep them quite dark so that the other characters light up a bit or become more visually magnetic. So I'll probably do something like that, even if well, for the moment, I'm not convinced by this layout, basically. But all that stuff is shenanigans for color. But I can keep this. I mean, call it gray out. Now, character plus. We need more characters because they are a gang. A whole group is entering. Do I want to use green or blue? Blue? We do blue. Well, ideally I should decide where I want there to be characters and then decide who they are. I think I'll be doing that. So we got a big guy entering here. Do we have anyone? Samel is perhaps a bit ahead. Well, do the kids carry torches? That's a question. Now they're all too big again. So I will need to have like the main ones a bit shrunk. Just smaller, but it is a, how to put it, the opening is not that wide or tall. Yes, this is Braga. Like the gang is entering. They're brave like that. I guess Boki is right behind. It is not as tidy as I would like it. But it's a start. It's better than what I had, which was this mess. In this, you can almost tell what's happening here, but it's more like viewed from above. That's kind of a problem I have, though. Deciding whether or not I like to do a shot more from above or straight ahead. Generally, and this is a problem, the horizon line for my part tends to land quite in the middle of a picture. So anything I do is basically eye height. It's just uninteresting. It's not technically bad, I think, but it's a habit which would be nice to break. One day. One day, habit, I will break you. It's good discipline. Yeah. Look, I don't have the discipline to think. I don't like thinking. Thinking is hard. It's effort. Now, okay, let's have a look at the pirate captain. I saw someone with a tricorn hat the other day. It did not look like this at all. So that's cool. Unshrimp! How could you tell? Thanks, Patch. I'm straightening up. Real tricorn in the wild? Yeah. I'll admit, it was at a party. Concerning hats. A hat party. So it had all the good reasons to be there. But I appreciated it. And my tricorn hats are like super pronounced in the edges. It was a great party. I had lots of cake. And I low-key regret not grabbing more cake with me when we left. Because they were like, oh, please, we have so much cake. Please grab some with you. Please, please, take it. And I was like, great, I'm so full of cake. I'll just have this, and this, and this. And not really stuff the box. Well, someone else was really stuffing their box, and I wish it was me. Heck yes, cake, indeed. Glorious cake. I still have some left, but would be more cool if it lasted a week. Cake supplies. But no. I should watch it. I suppose, as much as I would love to have more cake, body will thank me. There was also candy. We were invited to grab all we could and take home. And I only grabbed a tiny box, which is now empty. That's so sad. Proper sugar fest. Oh yeah, and we had tea too. It was a hat tea birthday party. Wonderful. Was a good time. And lots of cake. Tea too. Yep. Look, why am I giving him a dang nose? Here's his hair. I should actually be trying to hurry up, because once I finish this layout, or this take of it anyway, I have to export stuff and push it out to my editor. You like the page so far? Neat, thanks. Oh, we're getting tangents. No, I don't like that. Remove. Abort. Nice. Oh. You do need to go. Jobs and trips. How sad. Having an eventful life. But thank you for joining, Patch. I appreciate it. It's been good company in this slow-paced art journey. You'll try and be back later? Neat. Hope to see you. If not, have a great day. And if it isn't great, I hope it gets better. See ya. Now all we need is to add the boys. They're ready, they got their torches. Reno is being quite enthusiastic. It doesn't look like him at all. I think it looks like I'm running out of juice. At least I can't point this one the right direction, right? Like so. Glorious. Feels wrong. Here we go. Come on. Don't be shy. And we're kind of hating the overlap happening. I want this part to be... I do have the space to overlap a bit. Like this. And what next? We need... Sorry about that. Might be... He's holding the torch. Askefru! Hello! How nice to see you! Stopping in to say hello? How sweet! Nice. I'm just about to wrap up what is to be considered a quite rough layout of a comic page. I'm doing good, thank you. It's been a good couple of weeks, or at least productive. I've picked up streaming quite a lot now, finding myself less able to concentrate when not streaming, which, as curious that may seem, it's kind of a good way to get into the streaming, which I have been thinking for a long while that I should pick that up properly. I will still be streaming at random, and probably not as frequent as I have the past weeks, but so far I'm having fun. You need to stream more too? Yeah. It's like whatever motivates you and whatever you want to stream. Do you stream mostly gaming or creative stuff? Games. Oh, I'm playing with the idea of doing games as well, but for the time being, I'm only doing games with my partner. Don't have the setup, no. I know the feeling. Alright, no, I'm doing bad stuff. Away with it. Shoo. Shoo. And if that crops, it is uncomfortably close to the top. Alright. We have this. We just have to buy that he's holding a torch. We can't see the hand, but it's totally him holding the torch. And with that, I gotta do some boring stuff and look at some files. Now that progress is saved, very good. I have little to no idea how things are going to work. I wonder, how do I best do this? I can... Yeah, I'm gonna... hold on, I gotta open some... What is it? I gotta try doing some things for the moment. So I'm gonna try opening up some programs and see what happens. Oh, but I should also be exporting my art. Let's see. How much? I also gotta look back at the previous PDF I exported. Let's see, from page 34 up till 47. All right, export. Export from page 34 till page 47. I felt like I've had a good pace going for the most part, but when counting the pages, it doesn't feel as great. Document contains missing fonts. Great. Oh yeah, I didn't hit the export button. This is probably wildly interesting to watch. Maybe I have to add source, image, add new image, browse, art fight, art for me, open. Here, watch this. Paul Animator made this for me on Artfight. And I love it. Paul Animator on Artfight made me this. And it was the final blow. You know him? Oh my god. The legend. Let's see. He animated your dog eating a blueberry? Oh my goodness. That sounds lovely. But yeah. You watch this. But yeah, I totally adore this. It was the final attack I received on Artfight, and it could never have been better. Let's see. I forgot to find. So what I'm doing right now, I'm looking at my layout mockup program. And I'm not very familiar with the program. He's a really good animator? Yes. I would love to animate like this. Around midnight? No. Oh, that's right. I should totally follow him, actually. But first, let's do the shout out. What's his... It's just this, right? Let me... Oh, goodness. Twitch. Let me follow the guy. My chat, please. Follow. Good. Now. Because of work, streaming around midnight? Oh, shucks. That is... For me, that's a shame, because I have a quite rigid bedtime. Let's see... Where's the resource manager? Links? Oh my goodness. I can't navigate this. I found it. Finally found it. Let's see. Modified pages. Update. Images. Close. Hello, Kerbin. Watch Paul Animator's awesome animation of my creature Oval eat a watermelon while I try doing other stuff. Oh, something happened with the... Right. Yeah, it's so cute, right? Yeah, hold up. I gotta do more export shenanigans. Or, well, Page settings. It's align crop mark. Or well, maybe I should just export those two. Export multiple pages, batch export. Page 42. Page 43. Spread pages, yes. And then I'll do the full canvas or to offset of crop mark. Gee, I don't know. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I would love to do more animation. Sad thing is I tend to go way overboard with things. And so it's I always make projects that are too ambitious. There we go. Too ambitious, and so I end up spending too much time on it, then nothing gets done, and I lose interest. Okay, nice. I got my thing. Now I gotta export that. Export. Just export. Ignore pre-fight. Oh. I would also love to animate loops like this. I just fail to think of fun actions. Did I export? Just hit the button. Now today is 25th. Save this. Exporting item. Wow. Actually, while this is going on, not that you guys are seeing anything of it, but oh yeah. I got a BRB. Sorry, oh, you gotta move. You can. Oh my god, can't see anything. Like so. Alright. I'm gonna, save that one. Close it off again. You have to go? Alright. Thank you for coming by though, it's super nice. Glad to see you, hope you're doing alright. And I hope to see you again soon. Yeah, I'm going BRB. I might head off for a couple of minutes to have lunch. And yeah, I'll be back in 10 or so. Hi, guys. I'm almost back. Now, what were we doing? Let me find all my things. Alright. Back at this. Oh, right. I got some other things to manage for the moment. Right. Still nothing to see. Not very interesting to watch. I know. Like so. Then that is dealt with. Very good. And then what? You're back and you're here to watch while finishing your portfolio in AP. Neat. I am also back. I have done the necessary managing. Now, what to continue with? I suppose we can move further. We can work on this one. Or if we continue to be in sort of a layout mood, it is possible to open and get started on tightening down the upcoming pages a bit. Those I am curious about. Oh, this is finally a page where I haven't added my default or basic folders, which all came with a fault. Let's have a look at it. FX basics. Basic comic folders. How does it look? Ink. Ink temp. I wonder if I can add it as a reference layer. Can't really remember what annoyed me about this setup. Maybe I'm not going to bother. Very concentrated lettering. Looks fairly usable, most of it. I'm just tightening down parts of this. And it's usable enough, probably. So they're sort of stepping on these veins throughout. Hey, where's the... Where's the bird? Ah, there it is. Silly goose. Trying to get comfortable here in the chair. I don't necessarily want to be working on this one. But it has to happen. Hello, bird. Oh, the bird is dirty in the face. I think it's because he keeps sticking his beak into the mouth of the other. Like, these two birds are making out daily. And I can't really say get a room because they are already in the cage. Let's see, new layer, frame border folder. Yup. At the top. No. I want that. So bottom here is open. Up here is open. And I know for a fact that they are in a dark area. But also in this one, I gotta redo the balloons. I just like the better balloons. Oh, sorry, I don't want to have heard that. There's a bird on the head. Bird, you want some seeds? Yeah. I'm sorry, bird. Please. Please. Dumbass. Well, apologies to anyone who's getting a lot of noise at the moment. The bird is exploring original places to land. New and exciting places. Which I do appreciate, you know, it's nice that the bird is feeling safe and welcome to use me as furniture, you know. But perhaps not directly on the headset. It is, yeah, not quite ideal. But thank you for the attention, Theo. Appreciate it. So we move on with layout thing. Finish the sketch design. Very nice. Well done, Seven. Oh, bird is coming back. He is very much considering to land on me again. Yep, there it comes. Sorry. I suppose the comfort here is that it's probably not going to be very loud. It's just distracting noise. Bird, can you step softer? Very nice. Very good. Good bird. I'm joking. He's the worst bird. He's very sweet. He's not really sweet, he's evil. He's the princess. Maybe I should construct some padding on the headset just to reduce the noise. It's pretty bad for me, actually. It just rings on. Like someone slapping me on the ears. But I can't be mad. I wanted the bird because I wanted someone to give me attention. And I'm getting it. I really hope this is the, like, terrible, terrible noise for anyone listening in. If it is, I'm sorry. I'll have to think of what I can do with that. Darian, hello! Welcome back. I have a bird on my head. Like, in reality, I have a bird on my head. So I'm sorry for any noises that happen to saw through. Yeah, that head is too big as usual. What? How is he? He's holding it forward. Yeah, like so. You're still here? Neat. How's the noise? Bird is standing still at the moment, which I appreciate. I'll try to sit still as well, so that no one freaks out. Now who's this? I gotta decide who in the crew we're going here. It could be Banked. I like him. He's kind of basic, but he's also easily the Watson to some extent. Now that's a question. He has this eye patch. Shouldn't he be taking that off? Where does he keep it? It's kind of too thick around the neck to just pull it down. For as long as the bird stands still, I'm happy. This is me right now. A very accurate depiction of what's being experienced. think he's preening. Oh no, he's sliding. Get a grip. Should he be holding his eye patch? Will it be clear if it does that? Here in the background, we can notice that there are signs of phases. Don't know who, don't know when or where from. There are faces in the walls that are not going to be noticed right away. Maybe not even in this book. They fail to notice. Oh, bird. I keep wondering how I best can illustrate these veins on the floor. And I wonder whether or not I may manage to explain to the reader what happened in terms of first time someone entered this cave, it really wasn't that far in to walk before they found the treasure. But now they're walking quite a bit in, quite far. I'm not sure if I've decided what happened. I'm thinking that since no one can really enter the cave if they are of a certain quality or a certain state, if there were no one there on the island to put it back or to threaten the treasure, might be just didn't get pulled that far. Hello, ain't you? You heard this is an art stream. You are right. This is an art stream. I am streaming the art. And today we're doing comic layouts. I've done the layouts for 2 other pages and I felt kind of got into the mood for that. Even if it is super daunting, I just finished up layouts for one scene that I have been working on for the past couple of weeks. And so that scene is closing in to an end. Also, if you hear any extra noises coming from my mic, that is a bird on my headset who is adjusting its grip. So that's also a thing. Like, this is me at the moment. Preening. You just came back from table tennis class. 2 hours of hell. There are table tennis classes? I've never even considered that. Bird. Bird plays. Well, 2 hours of table tennis hellscape sounds like time for a break. Nice and chill art break where I slowly think out loud whatever I get thinking of. Oh, you live in table tennis land. Dang. Alright, this head is too big. As usual, we shouldn't be focusing on the details just yet. Help me think about how far away China is. Oh, bird. Get a grip. Do I read manga or manhwa? Haven't seen much of it. I'm hearing there is one quite popular one known as Spirit Gaze nowadays, but I've only seen it around. Haven't read too much, but otherwise I tend to spend my time making comics more than I spend reading them. And when I'm not drawing, I try to be playing games. I find it hard actually to be reading comics in general. Reading on a screen. And so if I don't have a physical book of something, I'm very unlikely to read it. But it's a vast world out there. So we're seeing his hand. We have his torch. How will I be drawing these torches? The flames. Actually don't know. You haven't read a comic in like a few years? Yeah. Whoopsie-doo. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted for a moment. Bird. Alright, we're back. Yeah, I like comics. I have a feeling there's tons of great stuff out there nowadays, but I just haven't gotten around to look around. Problem is that whenever I read comics, especially if they are good and inspiring, I'm like, but I want to. And I start trying to make my comic instead of continuing reading. When you have time to draw, you draw characters in manga style. Hey, drawing is drawing. Doesn't matter what style you go for. I'm trying to draw some rat faces. This comic is about, I don't know. They're just treasure hunters. A band of pirates. Treasure hunting. They finally enter the cave. The cave! After some shenanigans, they enter the cave. Was that a sneeze? Bird. Yeah, Banked is looking like a Muppet, especially without his patch on him. I don't think that's right. Just have a pen and an outliner. You can pencil and ink. That's plenty. Plenty to get some drawing done. Oh, Bagged, you look ridiculous. I can't. We can't have that. Is it weird to... Yeah, that's tasteless. We can't do that. Slowly getting there. You gotta hold a plank in table tennis class. Rough. I'm just trying to find like some organic way for these balloons to coexist. Bird. There, that makes it easier to see where I'm going. I like there to be a certain harmony to the balloons, but it's kind of hard to do with these vector tools. They're not ideal. Alright, Anshu. Thank you for dropping by. Have a nice dinner. I hope it's lovely. Dinner. Oh wow, this is looking so awkward. No. Please, stop being difficult. Right, that is ridiculous. Not impressed. Well, what can you do? Alright. Away with this. Oh, wrong layer. At this point, I can barely tell whether or not the bird is on my head or not. Yep, it still is. I'm trying to quietly take a piece of hydration. Complaining bird. Right, we have Reno here, noticing something curious. Who's going there? Who's walking here? Is it... Maybe it's Rousey. For the sake of it. Just any excuse to draw Rousey. Him with the bandages. What are they for? It's kind of curious to see when this gets to color, like how much will be dark. You're back from dinner. Welcome back. Was it good? What did you have? Rice and milk. Whoa. Oh goodness, I think I had a dream last night that Irino's clothing was not supposed to be only his shirt and a vest. I think I had a dream that he was still wearing his coat and that he needed it for later. Rice and milk. Sounds pretty mid. Yeah. Could I make better use of this? I think I can. Like, Irino is noticing this happening, but it can still be more centered. Like so. Centered from him, I mean. To really frame what's happening. Wow. Look at this place. Whoa. I kind of wonder how I am going to go about layouting this, because much like the other nature stuff, there I do have the feeling that I will be needing to use colors to help me draw a kind of pleasing background. Where am I from? I am from far away. From Norway, land of the Vikings. And possibly the dumbest memers of this year. If anyone watch soccer, which I don't, but I wish they would have some really cool war dance or something, but no, we're rowing. Oh, look at those. Look at these amoeba. They're very sweet. So yeah, I'm a Norwegian comic artist working on my comic. That's pretty much it. Wanna hear a joke? Sure, tell me. I get people who like to tell jokes in my Twitch chat as well. Oh, pardon the bird. So this... Oh. Lovely. You know the worst part with this? Is just how It basically produces all this dandruff. You were reading a book about anti-gravity. I just can't put it down. Yeah, that's a joke, alright. Right, we want to see the ground in this shot. I want to do a different color in this. Hop, said the bird. And the bird hopped off. Hi, buddy. Were you done? When he does the shakies, he just leaks all the dandruffs. And I'm not plagued by that stuff myself, but I feel I kind of get the snow experience from having the bird. Oh, that's super nice. This is progress, though. This is... Bird is getting comfortable with my company and wants to hang around. It also has a bit too long clothes, if I have to be honest. Did I say clothes? Claws. Phil, you should wash your face. I try not talking too much to the birds. Sometimes I have to. Bird wants to interact. Alright. Fighting the bird. Bird wins. What do I think about scientists going to bring the mammoth back in around 4 to 8 years? I don't expect that to happen, really. I'll think about it when I see it. I think that's the best way around it. No, we want this to be sort of a frame. It's dark in both directions. What's nice about this area though is that I don't have to think about, well, too hard at least. I don't have to think about being consistent with layouts of things. I mean, they are entering the cave, and there are these bumps, bits, and the ever-increasing density of veins, which might be the cooler aspect of it. Yeah, you like the background music? I'm glad. I don't always stream with music on. Sometimes I allow for just working quietly and having people choose whether or not to listen to music. However, one issue I noticed with that is how smart devices like phones and tablets are capable of playing from one media source at a time ever. So it's kind of lame, actually. But yeah, even if I'm not going to monetize my YouTube channel, I want to stay away from using too much licensed music. Not saying that this isn't licensed in any way, but at least it's okay. Background music. I do love me some Nintendo though. Good instrumental video game music. Every time you draw, it takes you around 1 to 2 hours on one drawing. Yeah, that's a pretty good time though. I spent several hours, many hours per page on these. And what's fun about my streaming the past few weeks is that you can probably see at what speed I draw. I'm not very quick. Well, to some extent I might be rather fast, but especially comics is something that takes a lot of time. So I guess it's not the drawing itself that takes time, it's the ambition. Does this comic have an inspiration of anything? Not particularly, but it does carry similarities to existing stories, I suppose. Like, this just happens to be a prince becomes a stowaway aboard a pirate ship and is dragged along on a treasure hunt. Spoiler, the treasure is cursed and they get problems. But other than that, I'm not sure. It doesn't have a particular inspiration because the characters were made in my teenage years. So yeah, I think actually the little prince, the main character, he's 18 years old at this point. It's been 18 years since I drew him for the first time. And he didn't look like he does now. At all. That's the fun part. But it ends up... I'm not good with understanding a lot of society and political stuff, so... I cannot use my stories to, for example, make it a social commentary at something. I can't really be pointing fingers because I don't understand much. But it happens to be also sort of a how could I say it? It's... I hope it isn't a title for anything, but it's kind of a Clash of Clans where we have several groups who have different interests. One of the groups being the king, Gino's father, who wants the treasure. He was the one who initiating the first expedition for the story because he wants the credit to just claim his honor basically. One of your cats are in mating season. Needy kitty. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, we got the pirates. We got what? I didn't want it to be this way, but it's basically the cat kingdom versus the dog kingdom. What? Get out of here! I didn't want it to turn out that way, but it became like that, and I was just rats, cats, and dogs, and treasure hunting and curses, all the good stuff. So I'm just having fun with it. I think I've given up on making it a very good and unique story, in a sense, but I gotta keep quite a sharp mind around how I deal with the mechanics of the island in this story. Because they're on an island where time is not moving, which causes some problems, I will say. You came here without any context. A recap. Hello, I am Grus. I make comics. I'm from Norway. I stream while I work because I cannot concentrate on my own nowadays. Thank you for being here. That's my recap. And as much as it's good practice for me to try pitching the story shortly, I kind of hate doing that. Well, now the bird is spreading its dandruff on my tablet. My drawing board. Bird. He's adorable. Now, I was showing in the previous picture, they are walking in. And I think I wanted Keko actually to carry a torch. I want him to be carrying a torch, as he should. Please spread your dandruffs in my coffee. Hey bird, what are you considering? You look like you want to stretch. No, you want to nibble your legs. Okay. That's cool too. You're cool. Do I know that Norway has a legendary table tennis player? No. I think lately we've been more focused on possibly a legendary football player. But Norway carries all sorts of legendary sports Pokemon. Which I don't really know about, because I don't really look much at sports. Holland. Yeah, it's right, with the 2 A's and a single L. think maybe Reno is working more beside, like, from Kakko. And also, we gotta have Rasi in here. So I'm on a poster. Oh no. Yeah. Hence the legendary. Wait, do I really want Kakorino to be ahead? I think the captain is walking sort of in the front with his guys. And there's a larger group. Yeah, the kids are not ahead. They shouldn't be. It's unsafe, and also later they are like, oh, chase you to the front. Chase, race you to the front. How are you already ranked number 1? I don't question the ways of YouTube. I think it's individually decided for each stream, but I haven't read into it. So the answer is, I don't really know. If you chat a lot, you get the rank. Wow. Yeah, shrug. Right, time to decide more on who goes there. Also, everyone who hasn't, be sure to save your progress. Nathan, hello. How long have I been drawing? How early do you start? I'll just say 30 years, and soon enough it'll be accurate. So I've been drawing for a while, and I didn't really stop. I've had some slumps throughout the years, but I never mega stopped drawing. Never quit. Casey Trans White Knight, hello! I missed you. How are you? Let's keep this up here so I can keep an eye on it. I haven't really decided who's who here, it seems. So we need... I'll add Fadil here. Fadil's a bit smaller than the captain, actually. Alright, we'll... make the captain larger. Look at Till, thank you! Why did you just see Norwegian flag on TV? I don't know! I don't follow sports and I don't read the news. I'm bad like that. I'll hear about it if it's important. Let's see. Fadil. We want Fadil to be in here. He's carrying a torch. He has not a full tail. It's chopped off. Hey Casey, did you just pop by to say hi and leave? I hope you're having a good day. I'm zoning out. Oops. Right. No way. Well, we're a quarter to 5 hours. Bird. I'm kind of doing bad things, which I shouldn't be doing. Instead of focusing on the art, on the task at hand. It's just that hard. Casey, your good luck wishes are sabotaging me. And Theo's dandruffs are covering everything. I should probably... Yeah, it's 2 hours since Patch had me on shrimp. Ideally, I'll get up and stretch soon. Now, who else we got here? I think we can afford having Arndt here. He's kind of old, so... One of the taller guys. Chinese robots are playing table tennis. That's pretty neat. Better than robots drawing. Yeah. Well, if it was actually robots drawing, it would be mildly interesting, but not super interesting. We're so cooked AI is taking over. Nah, not really. I say that until it happens. No, I'm thinking that if you have a robot hold a pen and paper or a paintbrush, one part is having it walk over to the paint and dip the brush, not too deep, and carry it over to the canvas. But then you have whatever it is intended to try painting. That stuff could be interesting, but you would have to base it on something. Maybe it could even be a mildly interesting thing. I think the natural thing to start with is have a robot try to replicate the Mona Lisa and see how it fails. Then you would have robot art. It's called printers. No, you don't understand. I'm talking about robots, humanoid, with a balancing gyro system to have them walk and move and carry things. And through that, try to replicate some kind of artwork. Then suddenly you get something that may or may not be more close to what you could call art. No, it's not optimal. That's the whole point. Like, what measures would you have to go through in order to make actual robot art? You can't do the optimal stuff because that's dumb. Perfect replications of and amalgamations of pre-existing material is dumb, and it's not art. But if you have a robot do something an inoptimal way, chances are you might end up something that sort of kind of would qualify as art. Would it be pretty? Don't know. It would be the same but slower. No, I think if the robot is janky enough, there's no fun in making it perfect. But if the robot is janky enough, you can get something funny. Did I know the Mona Lisa was made over 9 years ago? No. I don't. I am assuming by a robot, but it's funnier to just so you know. Oh. Oh goodness. I gotta find a machine. A machine that lets me blow away the dandruffs from the bird. Hey bird, you dropped this. Alright. Machine noise. Initiate. That's wrong. Hello? Alright, it's doing the thing. And it's stronger than ever before because it's been recharged. Wow. There. Way better. Am I excited for Gamescom? Well, I'm kind of secondhand excited for whether or not my bonus are getting to Gamescom. But you guys should be on the lookout for Knucklejet. That's coming out soon. Maybe you should try it, Casey. Go, everyone, wishlist Knucklejet on Steam. Coming soon. I don't know, what happens on the Gamescom? First time you see me excited for a game conference? You know me, I'm a gloomer. Knucklejet. By Rain Games. It's a speedy game. It lets you jet around and complete levels and do stuff. Jetpunk? Does it have a Spanish info thingy? Extravagante. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Spanish with Italian accent. I didn't mean to. I just messed. That's all. Explorer, hi. Un extravagante. Yeah, I'm not as exposed to Spanish. It's hard to hear Spanish when the loud neighbors are being very extravagante. Oof, I'll stop. I'll try to stop. There we go. I think I'm tired. Hour 5 coming up. Well, hour 5 soon complete. Alright, Benny, you're next. Now I can't stop laughing. Is it... Oh, Aiden. Is it a cockatoo? No, it is not. It's a pigeon. It's a white pigeon, and he sat down on the pole. He's relaxing. That is the hugest compliment I can get. When he decides to sit down and chill out right in front of me. That makes me feel very happy. What if the devs look like you? Hey, you should send me pictures. I want to see who you are thinking of. Do I know over 100 million pigeons are eaten every year? No, but I'm not surprised. Pigeons count as poultry in many regions. Which was new information to me this year, maybe, but I'm not surprised. They're birds, they are domesticated. Of course we would eat them. Are you looking at the Hawaiian shirt, dude? The one with the funny glasses? It's quite obvious. I actually don't... so that picture is quite old. You're bald with beard and glasses now? Yeah, but that's cute. That guy there is, he's Orly. He's an artist. Artist in the Rain team. Yeah, and my guy isn't on that picture. I think it was away. Or sick. Wow. Never have I felt as hard at drawing Benny. Look at him. If my guy was there, I'm awful at drawing. What? That joke is whooshing me. I am missing out. I'm being a dumb. Because of my drawings? Oh, no one looks like him. Yeah. He's getting comments when he's on conferences and stuff that he looks like his profile picture. I'm very charmed. Now, what else we got here? We got to cover some more base. We got Brage, Blue, Brage. Hashtag humble Brage. I wonder if there are good pictures of him anywhere though. My dude. Will it be on the Switch, or do you have to wait until tonight for the grand premiere? I don't know what I can say. Like, honestly, I don't know what I can say about that. Geoff might be watching. But I'm also not up to speed. Is it launching tonight? Opening event. Right, you're about the Gamescom things, right? Right. Where is Gamescom? Is it held the same place every year, or is it moving about? No idea. LA, yeah, LA. That sounds correct. Yes, I've heard enough about it that I should know, but I am also not too deep into those things. So, or am I confusing it with something else? How tall is Reno? Reno is three stripes high. Tall, high. That reaches about there. All right. Yeah, seems good. E3 was simpler. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know what happened in terms of uh there was some how do you put that? Air traffic conflict shenanigans. Some plane guys going on strike for stuff. And I don't know whether or not that was solved, and so I don't know whether or not people I know are going there or not. That's pretty much it. Do I have anything like ADHD or anything like that? Not that I know of, but I have my suspicions. Now, there are things I would like to try here. I think I want to try doing stuff in terms of... This cave has these veins that grow denser the deeper you go within the cave. And for those, I still don't know how I want to go about that. Now I have this very strong feeling of wanting to I want to try doing stuff with color here to determine the ground, kind of define it. I also want it to be very dark, like here and inwards it's just pure black. So we get the feeling that they are very much surrounded by darkness. But I know that I want the feeling of the ground being cold and rocky. Yeah, what's the use of Xing these out if I'm going to fill it anyway? That's silly. I'm taking pictures of birds. They are so distracting. Oh, I even forgot. It was like a minute to fulfilling like 5 hours, and then 12 minutes passed by. I'm going to do a quick BRB. Remember guys, if you are drawing or working on something, save your progress. And I'll be back soon. Hi. I'm back. Save your cooking progress. Good. Good. You don't want to lose that after all. It's very good. Very healthy saving. I interrupted your listening of the Iliad. I'm sorry. Now let's return. What I haven't fixed here is the suggested existence of something in the walls. But I suppose, like, whatever the layout says, or whatever the Amoeba sketch is saying, if I'm not going to... Oh, sorry. If I'm not going to sketch it out properly, it doesn't matter if I just replicate what I'm seeing. Now the whole group... We kind of want the boys to be in the center. I'm feeling quite low on energy, but what you gotta do about it? What I did forget was to stretch. I did get me some more coffee though. I love it when he's preening himself and he doesn't bother looking up to like check that I'm not attacking him. I'm not coming there to bother him. And he knows and he trusts, and I will respect that trust. And notes for everyone. I might be saying he, but I'm fairly sure he lays eggs. So it's just a meme. I'm memeing about him, so he doesn't care. Okay, I'm having struggles here because I'm not viewing parts of this like this. I need to see where everyone is, otherwise I go crazy. Now Reno, and with that, no, with this, with that. Reno in the left side. Here it feels like he's on the right side. He should be on the left though. Yeah, so I'll keep you on the left. Maybe. So the kids are being quite quiet as they walk in, because they are watching. They're like observing around themselves, like what's happening. But they're also asked to be quiet to not bother the guys. You gotta go in. Alright. Thank you for checking out my stream. See ya. Have a good one. Hello, Diamond. Welcome to the stream. We're kind of late in the work day, and I'm slowly chipping away at pictures of a bunch of characters walking into a very unsuspicious cave. Now for this, I think I'm wanting more text. Hello, Vex. Good afternoon. It's going quite well. We're moving forward. Life is smiling. Or, well, at least the sun is shining. Things are good. We are 5.5 hours in. 5.5 hours in. Which is decent. I'm going to say like I keep feeling the repetition of the process is ever so slightly getting to me. And I wonder how far I can go until I'm like, no, I can't do this anymore. Go on without me. It's just what happens when, see, the process is pretty much the same for each page. Even if the challenge is new. But, That might just as well be me who should be working on my philosophies. Sorry, I'm gonna use the little machine again. These this dust keeps pouring down. Yeah, that's a scary machine for you. Wonder why I pulled it out. But nothing with your dandruffs. No, not at all related. Bless me bagpipes. Sorry about it. Yeah, I got this little air blowing machine, and had to open the gates to hell just to blow away some dandruff from the bird who is ever so adorably sitting, he's perching right above me, above my tablet, and well, Christmas came early. It's the white Christmas. So I got this little chargeable blowing machine that is for de-dusting computers and stuff, but it works for blowing away other things than computer dust. I'll say hi to Satan for you. Nice, yeah. Satan sends his regards. Says I miss you. Alright, so we want Razi to be like, gasp. He can be the one saying the thing. And it keeps snowing. Wonderful. People holding torches. Oh. Should probably be taking it rather easy at the moment. Try focusing on what I have in front of me and not, well, getting excited, looking too far ahead. Oh, so much stuff. What inspired my character? Oh yeah, no, that's... It is me. When I was in high school or so, I discovered that I like pink and yellow. And I have clothing that lets me dress in pink and yellow. So this is me. I'm wearing a knitted hat and a knitted sweater, both knitted by my mom because she knows how to knit, and I don't. I've been wondering whether or not I should be adding some extras to the little tuber. Pink and yellow. Do I have a friend in me? I'm not following. Deltarune brain rot reference. Ah, too bad. That wished me. I can't. I don't know my Deltarunes. Maybe you've been on the subreddit too long. No, I'm sure I'd got it if I knew anything Deltarune. Keeps snowing. You need to change your profile. Any suggestions? No. I am not here to dictate your profile changes. Those are for you to decide. What else we got? Fadil is kind of ahead. Right, this becomes Rob's line. It is definitely shaking. A small earthquake. I think I should be bolder in having the characters appear quite small in this particular panel. This is something that commonly comic artists, especially inexperienced comic artists, often fail to do. Like, they will not dare moving the characters far away from the camera, and they might fail to vary how closely you're positioned towards the character, and so you end up with kind of a very samey look. All of these are quite similar, and I'm not exactly a fan of that actually, but don't know what to do with it, honestly. Might be I could actually shrink these two, but the human eye, as I see it, is quite good at interpreting small images. So if I shrink this guy a bit, he's not going to be quite as close as in the next panel, which is, I think that's an improvement. Then we can move Banked a bit away. They're like talking about, oh, what is that noise? It's an earthquake or the wind. They're not entirely sure. But they're hearing things and they're wondering what the source is. What language is the comic in? Do you want to guess? I think we agree that it does not look like English, right? My goodness. You're really unpacking new feathers, huh? Alright. I'll open the gates of hell again, but I'll mute just to save you guys. Alright. Close the gates. Do I want them to be even further away? We have other characters I could add as well, just to frame. Did I change the background music? No? I did not. Now I'm being lazy. Yeah, I think this is fair. Maybe the boys can be a bit smaller still. They're not supposed to be very far behind Razi, actually. But no, we're still on the chill Nintendo tunes. And with that, I think it is safe to turn off the initial sketch layer. Which, if we look at what we had, I'm just larging. This is where we started. This is where we went. Loving the rats going on here. Walking in a line. Para making them more chaotic. Which is fair enough. I think if I am to retain my sanity, I should probably stop now. Am I doing one page a day? Not exactly. What I do each day is sort of varies, though ideally what I would be doing would be to ink one page a day. However, the last couple of pages over the last scene has been both interesting but also quite demanding to draw, because I've been doing lots of nature stuff. I've been trying out a new technique just to get it done, and so I've been kind of not cracking my brain. Sure, I've been cracking my brain trying to figure out how to do all this stuff. But some days I'm not really fit for doing the thinky work. Most days I'm not really fit for doing the thinky work, but instead of inking or fine sketching any pages today, I decided I would be focusing on doing some layouting just to ease in on the new scene. Congrats on the progress. Thanks, Vex. Crack that brain, yeah. Yeah, maybe I should be doing something entirely different. As in, still drawing something. Probably. Probably. I can do that. It's probably good to leave the effort there. But yeah, I'm not sure if I feel ready for leaving, but I'll call it a day for the comic work, at least. Still, what language is the comic in? It is in Norwegian. And it is likely to be published in only Norwegian for the time being. Although international release in English would be quite cool. Could be fun. Now, if you guys remember, I did have this cringy project. Maybe, just maybe, I'm gonna draw some guy. There we are. There he is. Close your eyes, children. There is blood on this page. Like I stopped having progress on this one for a while because I have been playing games. Your mom would never let you buy anything without her permission. Yeah, no. One day you'll get to decide. Blood. Yeah, since I am in a kind of layout mood, I'm also totally lost. I don't know where is that one picture. Okay, so the sketch images are above that. but it's not there. Here it is. That's just a screenshot. I'm gonna delete it. The word "your" is wrong. Yes, that is true. All right, I'm kind of still in a layout kind of mood. And maybe, just maybe... Ugh, why do I keep the sketches in their separate folders? Yeah, last time I kind of left it on this shameful... shameful one. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this, but... What games I play? Yeah, sorry, I forgot to address that. I recently, with my partner, we completed our first Ocarina of Time randomizer run with Ocarina of Time PC port. We got to test our knowledge and our wits and just general knowledge of the game. Yeah, are you familiar with the Ocarina of Time randomizers, Vex? Zelda games, old school stuff. Game stream when? Nah, probably not. We played glitchless, and to my how do I put it? It wasn't, well, not directly disappointment, but let's use disappointment. To my disappointment, we were challenged extra for having included the Master Quest dungeons. And since it is my first time trying to complete a randomizer, I kinda would have felt safer doing one with only vanilla dungeons. But my partner was like, "Oh, but we've seen the streamer do the Master Quest ones all the time. Surely we can do it too." I'm like, that guy is kind of an N64 parkour artist. You can't really compare us. The guy skips a lot. We can't. we are not that good. We are plebs. Please, give me the pleb stats, the pleb settings. I'm drawing parts of a rooftop and kind of avoiding the whole composition here. Hello, Explorer. Welcome back. In fact, you had to make 1 second of footage and procrastinate it for a month. Yep. Things do be like that. Can I push this? This guy is feeling so empowered. On top of a burning building. He has to be like impervious to fire. I would love him to be kind of the Kronk type, but I like him too much. But it should probably be silly still. Oh no. It's difficult. I don't wanna. No. Well, we gotta keep the ha-has. Because the ha-ha is very, very different. It's important. We gotta know that he's having a great time with these ha-has. It's kind of at this point I was thinking about having two ambitious ideas, and for me at the moment, this one idea, it's just for memes, but also for art fight reference. It's reference for a character, just to give people an idea of like how wild they can go. Evil devious guy, yeah, he's a charmer, isn't he? But when I came up with this idea, this joke drawing, I was much more in a hype space for especially the character, but also the vibes that he brings. I want him to come off as both unpredictable, but also just cute and charming. And, well, who would have thought that stuff requires a lot of thinking if I want to show lots of images? If I was smart, I'd come up with one cool idea that would kind of explain it all. You just underclocked your CPU and now it's as good as the desktop counterpart. Neat. Yeah, what I'm getting at is that I'm not quite in the same hype space for the guy at the moment, because I did get to let off some steam with lots of drawing and lots of music listening. Wait, what am I looking at? He's all dazzled. Grr. Undervolted your CPU? Awesome. Did I even complete the sentence? Anyway, I kind of had my run for now, but the drawing isn't finished, so I gotta continue somehow. Oh no. The snow. Sevyon, welcome back. Oh, the bird. Alright, so this is something. Does he have a coat or something? I'm seeing a belt. This just cannot be not silly. Alright, if I hide the sketch images, we have this. Maybe he shouldn't be any bigger. No. Yes. Do the ha-has need to be on screen? Not really. They don't really need to be hot on screen because they can be in white like this, and there will be no problems. It's very silly. Heck yeah! All right, time to open the hell gates again. I'm mute. There. All right. Whoops. I might not need to continue with this particular drawing right away. Still don't know exactly how I want it. What is he stepping on? He is it's a rooftop. Can you tell that I don't know my burning buildings? I don't know much architecture. But I am quite fond at drawing. Oh, I forgot the word. Kalkstein. It's been too many streams ago. I forgot. Yeah, I like doing this stuff. Quite small. Yeah, well, this is the rest of the roof. He is standing on it. It's the whole building here, but it's like a part that is sticking out. So it's probably, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's just I don't care much for the buildings, I guess. But we need to know that it is indeed burning, and he is on top of it, amidst the flames, cackling, being having the moments of his life. He's having a good time, and we hope no one is getting hurt. Well, maybe this is him having a fit after like getting someone else out of the building, then they ran back in and just went cuckoo. I don't know, love it. It's dumb. He's so dumb. I love him. Also blood, oh no. No, we don't like the blood. This one, I'm not terribly fond of. I'll see if I can catch the spirit of this one first. It's very, it's tiny. It's so hard. I don't understand these. This is him probably later sometime where he wakes up in the rubble in the rain. And he's just like, oh gosh, no, what did I do? Sobs. I let down everybody. I don't know why, like crying in the rain would be him being the devil. That's sad. But I mean, he survives. He just has the post anxiety because he doesn't know. He might have blacked out for a bit and wakes up and don't know what happened. That's kind of rough, you know. Yeah, these are like, and still some parts are hot and kind of smoking, even if the rain is pouring down on him. I'm not really getting the feeling from this particular drawing, but we can work with it. But yeah, all this is just for the silly. Cool, I managed to mess him up. Big time. Sometimes when you make handsome OCs, you wonder if your friends would think you're crushing on him. Who's not? Who's to say that you're not? Who's to say that you are? Who's to say that you're not? I'm living out my dreams here. Am I crushing on this guy? Probably. Would he be a terrible choice for a partner? Oh yes. Well, at least that's the drawing covered. Now this one. The whole getting fire out of your palms thing, it's kind of hard to draw good. Approximately how many of my characters have trauma or PTSD? I can fix him or he can break me. You got it, Vex. That's actually his tag on Artfight. I can fix him, says I, and torment him. I haven't counted how many of my characters suffer trauma or PTSD stuff. This guy is one. Likely, at least. I'm not sure exactly how his struggles were at the moment, but I feel like I got something at least from the recent explorations. But no, it's mainly this guy. I have one other character who is also in sort of revamp development, who isn't exactly suffering trauma or anything, but do have sort of an identity crisis. But I shouldn't be thinking about that character now. I should be thinking about how I can fix him. So, alright. We just hide this. Because I don't like that drawing. And it is distracting me. Would he be holding... I was talking about getting the fire from the palms thing. I want to kind of show that. I mean, I'm showing it here as well, so it's not that important. But I have been thinking about him clenching his fist and still using fire, so you can see the fire peeps out of his fist. But thing is, that's a problem. I don't really know still what he's doing with it. Trauma or PTSD. Well, okay, I can think of another. I have my poor princess. Where is she? Do I have it here? Nope. Nope. No. We don't have him. What else we have? There she is. This princess. She's been through some stuff. So that's two. Who is she? She's a cutie patootie. With a tragic story happening. She got marooned on the treasure island long ago. And kind of lost everyone there to her. To the curse. She did not get cursed, and then she was alone. Suspense. What else happened? Can't say. We don't know. Maybe we will see. Yeah, she too. I'm not sure if the trauma of her experiences are, say, coloring her in any way, or she, yeah, okay, well, fear of loss for one. The other guys, well, him-ish, not quite. He swore an oath to protect her, the princess, and he kind of failed. So that's rough for him. He will feel bad. This guy, I don't know. He seems pretty well contained, but we're not seeing any of him yet. Yeah. Now you're impressed. How can I do this? Sorry. Life is tough. An island full of treasures. Sounds pretty good. Well, there's this one treasure that everyone keeps hearing about and everyone keeps trying to get. But spoiler, it's cursed. You shouldn't go there. All right, we got a fist. What do we do with it? It doesn't. This doesn't communicate anything. What am I wanting? I can fix him. Look, he's having a good time. Any ideas on violins? I mean, we already have our violins going on. Does who get free from this curse at some point? We're talking about... I can... We talking about my angle? Because in that case, I have to write the story first. Don't really know. One thing I'm considering is, like, in this, I have not been involving his demon. His little lizard-like spirit buddy. This bothers me. There's something too squarish about him. Could the fist be... I can't think of anything. Who would have thought that trying to do lots of different stuff that contains lots of different ideas. Who would have thought that, like, hopping between that would be exhausting? Not me, for sure. That's a joke, I know I get exhausted. But I was thinking, if I did the layout for this, I could start doing the layout for the rest and be one step further with all of these. I still don't really know what it's doing here. Doing the weights. And here, maybe, just maybe, maybe he's going to pull a cat down for a tree or something. Now, one thing I did like about the old drawing was... I kind of like the angle. I'll just steal it. See if I can make it work. Now, the placement of the head is in no way correct at the moment, but I'll move it once I just trace these. Feels good to be doing something pointless now. Now, should I get worried? The bird has been chillaxing for a while now and has not been here. Well, it's been snowing all over my desk, but he hasn't pooped in a while. Should I worry? Hey, bird. Should I worry? Should he go somewhere else? Just for a bit? Yeah? No? No? Right, so where is he? Also, we kind of want... I want a different... since his head is down here, I don't want it to be too similar. We can't have him too similar like here either. So maybe, yeah, maybe like up here is good. That makes the fist a bit weirdly placed again. Maybe the fist is okay, but his placement is bad. How do you do it? Like, in a fist fight, you keep your thumb outside the knuckles to not break your thumb, right? That's how it works. Never did martial arts. Probably never will. Because I am very weak. Puny. I can act tough, but I would lose a fight. Thumb always out. Should I worry? Alright, I gotta blow some more dust up. There. Fists. I sound like the type to get into bar fights. In an alternative universe, I am fighting in all the bars. I think this guy, he does like the adrenaline from a good fight. It doesn't really look threatening here, but what even is he wearing? Yeah, I wanted him to have like clenched fist, fire fists instead. It is better. It's not perfect. His hand there is way too big. Too big. Girl. I just blew the dust. Could you not shake all over my desk? Am I doing too much now? Does he know martial arts? Better than I do, but it wouldn't show because I don't. And I'm the artist. And I don't know a proper fighting stance. Do you? Googling fist fight. That's a movie, okay. Not what I wanted. Stock photo. No. Oh, that looks bad. I think this guy, he would go to some sort of training for martial arts stuff, but not sure how well he would master it. Your ass ain't winning any fights. Oh no. Rip Vex. I mean, me neither. But I would probably still try. But I'm probably better at playing like Smash 4 or something. Smash 4, I miss you. Smash 4 was the best Smash. I must say that because I never played much Melee. Should I include the lizard? Yes. There it is. His little buddy. Goju Ryu. Combining hard and soft fighting techniques. This is new to me. If I were to do a story with this guy, I would have to do a whole lot more research on body, using the body as a weapon. No, this guy, wonder why. Why is he not into using knives, really? It could be a style that he likes. Yeah. Oh no, my enemy. Research. Sad. Alright, this one, he needs to shrink, because he's gonna feel so small and useless and pathetic. Like so. Yes. Oh no. The chill is gone, we're onto the party tracks. He's like you. Don't say that. I think you might be a smidge better with computers. I think this guy is... He's not good with computer tech, but he is better with machine stuff. He does tinker with things. Welcome back, ain't you? Who's this guy? No one in particular. So yeah, I recall last time I gave up because I couldn't figure out his hands here. No, I'm not gonna. Instead, we have him here doing nice stuff. I still don't really like this particular image. I like, I sort of like the maniacal expression on him, but I feel like I haven't been able to frame the violence properly. But he lit stuff on fire. Now, no, this one is just boring. It says jovial smile. Alright, we got these close-ups very close together, so this one has to be a close-up. And this one is helping a cat down a tree or something. Let me look at that. Looking up cats stuck in trees. Whoa. No, I can't really... Why is the your spelled your? It's a meme. Hold on, I gotta remove more snow. There. So this drawing, where, yeah, prompts. All right, how does one get a cat down from a tree? First, you have a tree. Then you have a cat. Maybe it's a tall tree. And there's a ladder. And there's the guy in the ladder reaching for what would be a very large cat. I'm not convinced. Are you guys convinced? Maybe. You're maybe convinced. Meow. Maybe the ladder is a bit steeper. What kind of houses are we seeing? I'm not sure how modern he's living, actually. I keep thinking of him as fitting for quite urban and quite modern environments, but honestly, I haven't figured out yet how I want stuff to be. And I think I mentioned last time I worked on this, like, where's the police? What kind of society does he live in? If he, like, runs around putting stuff on fire and fights people, kills people, wakes up in the scorched ruins of his own doing. Like, I don't get it. There we go. It's a tree. It's totally him helping a cat down a tree. Hey bird, what are you looking at? Are you going to head off? I think you should head off. Let out some steam. I'm not talking to you viewers, just a bird. I am increasingly worried that he might be pooping on my spot, which in general he's very good at not doing. He's quite respectful like that. What we could do, we could show the ladder and him like handing over the kitten. Hey bird. Alright, pulling up your leg to relax. Good. You could have the happy hands of the owner reaching for it. Oh bird, hello. Do not back up. I'm watching. What am I doing right now? I'm having fun. And also keeping watch on the bird. To make sure it doesn't poop in my space. Yeah, I'm just drawing memes. You want this to be a sort of close-up? Will he just be looking at you? being cute. Yeah, I'm not going to draw that smile. You never own birds, but you heard it's hell to own one? Depends on the bird. But yeah, birds are not easy pets in that regard. Especially parrots and parakeets and stuff that parrots especially are in to a much larger degree still to be considered fairly wild birds, I'd say. And they have pliers in their face. Tin openers for a face. What do they say about parrots? Like keeping a parrot is like keeping a toddler with a can opener in its face. They can do lots of funny things. But I have pigeons. My pigeons are, I mean, the most criminal thing they do is poop in places where I don't want them to. It's not that bad. But I have to keep an air purifier because they are dusty. Bird, I don't like how you're looking. I think you should go head off to the shelf and do your business because I'm getting worried. Yes, I am. Are you fighting me? Yes, I'm being fought. Look, don't rock the painting. Yeah, you gonna poop? He flew off to the shelf and he's backing up. He delivers the load. Well done! Told you I was getting worried. Poop just where I wanted. You'd imagine keeping a bird is no different than keeping a snake? Huh. I would feel significantly safer around a bird, I think. But how is keeping a snake? Is that like keeping a cat without fur? Bird and food, yeah. All right. Just a warm smile from this guy. I think he's cuter with his long, half-long hair. I can fix him. He can break me. bird has landed on the chair. What will he do next? Stay tuned for hour 7. He's keeping his fist up here, leaning on it. He sneezed. Oh, baby Borb. Are you allergic? That's who? I wouldn't be surprised of all the sneezing coming from you stuffing your beak in the mouth of your partner. Should be fun to finalize some of these. We'll see how far it goes. I'm kind of terrified of, like, where is he looking? Oh, he jumped on my head. The bird is on my head. And he hopped over to the perch. Alright, you deserve a treat for that one. Although you try fighting me every time I give you treats. There you go. Cool. Alright, last one. This is the problem. I have not practiced in drawing him looking sincere or wholesome. He will probably be looking quite uncanny. I think the biggest struggle or challenge with drawing a character like this is he very much changes according to my personal preference, and I'm sort of trying to hone in on, like, what do I like? What is it that I really like with this guy's design? How do I get him to feel how I want it? But how do I want it? Is basically ever the struggle. Oh, we're doing the creepy pupils. I am very much an oval pupil person. I can't explain it. It's just how it goes. But I would struggle as, for example, an in-betweener or art assistant. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it looks a bit uncanny here. I don't see enough of him. It's a good close-up, but it's like I failed to get like the right impression of how I want his body to be angled. Yeah, I don't know. This is already getting places, so that's fun. Alright, I really like the cackling one. getting a feeling that I should probably give it a try with the genuine smile. Bird looks like he's considering entering the headspace. No, I'm safe. For now. Am I allergic to anything? Not that I know of. Ah, there's the bird. He jumped. Thanks, birdie. It's a honestly, it's a literal bird jump scare. And he jumps off. Are you gonna jump back again? No. Please, have mercy on me. I'm just sitting here drawing the man of my dreams, who I can fix. Just leave me be. Yeah, I'll probably just have to accept that. This will look creepy. I'm not good with the wholesome, hearty expressions. Hey, bird. This does feel refreshing though. This is kind of replenishing the play space of my desk. That I usually sit in front of my computer all day long because I'm doing work, and at the end of the day I don't really want to touch it. I don't want to do things in front of the computer, though I have been gaming on the computer. I mean, obviously, because the Ship of Arcanian is the PC port of Ocarina of Time. Oh, look at that! Oh, flipping the drawing, man. How can I make it look right? Today you learned you can undervolt your CPU even further. Wow. Soon you'll go mad with power from undervolt, because you have excess power. I don't know. There's an electricity joke in there. would I like you to draw my character? You can draw whatever you want. I am not here to stop anyone from drawing exactly what they want. Just like I am right now. Drawing my nice big-eyed guy. Power. Shouldn't know what you're talking about. No, yeah. There we are. You don't have Discord? I am also not here to shame anyone who isn't on any given social platform. Because we all know social media is terrible for humanity. Right, this is getting places, but it's lacking. There we go. There's his head shape. You'll post it on your YouTube page if you have time. Neat. How are people supposed to get this character right if I can't even get his character right? Asking for a friend. This is a pretty good example of why it's good not to have all the time in the world as well. I got all the time in the world and I just cannot get this right. Those look kind of crazy. Something with eyes. Always eyes. I hate eyes. Oh, Power 7. Oh dear. At this point, maybe I should consider hopping off soon. Play and work never stops. But I think I'm getting a quite, well, an okay readable expression from him. He's looking at me. Oh no. If you were to draw your character, my character, what theme would I want? Asking for a friend. Something's including Norwegian waffles, that would be grand. Norwegian waffles are good stuff. But it will have a lot of impact if we can see where his shoulders are. For this one, this psycho right here, I will have to give it some time, probably. I'll have to look at him later on. It's like 11:15 in Hong Kong. Now I kinda get how... Well, funny thing is, I get the feeling streamers I like tend to start streaming quite late. And I can't really watch the very late streams. Alright, but there he is. Sweet boy. Look at him. He's looking back at you. Isn't that sweet? Super cute. He's a cutie. He can be your angel or your devil. It's great. Time zones, am I right? Yeah. Why do we even have those? I suppose it's easier to know how it feels at what given time of day for a person rather than just remembering like, oh, so like 3 p.m. for you is like in the middle of the night, whoa, or whatever. Or, oh, I didn't realize that 9 in the evening was 6 in the morning for you. Yeah, it would be more confusing. No, time zones are fine. I hate time zones. Alright, we got our boy. And as much as I'm enjoying this, it's probably best to call quits for today. I've done a lot. But it's been a long and good day. It's been very nice. Yeah, I'm done for now. Thanks for watching, everyone. It's been a good day. We did a lot. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And hope to see you again soon. No promises on my end, of course. You don't have to promise either. See you next time. Bye-bye, everyone.